Right, here we go. Just check everything's working. Oh. Check the audio's alright. Check everything's working. Okay, we're good. It's noisy and wet and windy. But we are fishing. Right, I got 4 minutes, which is probably 3 minutes. So you join me live on the River Thames. I'm fishing a Sutton Courtenay Angling Club match today. I am on peg 9 on the Otneys stretch. This Otneys stretch is opposite Cullen Reach, where the match was going to be today, but the river is a bit, what do I want to say, fast, flooded, and it's not so bad on this bank because there's a lot of trees and there's a slight bend in the river, so the flow's a little bit further out, so I should be able to fish a short line. Tactics for the day: I'm going to fish a short pole, top 6, and I've got my trusty pole feeder set up for 13 metres. That's the plan. This is the side tray, all the things you'd expect. I've got some balls, they're going to go in a minute. I've got some worms, I've got some maggot, some pinky, some hemp and some caster, and that's the setup. I'm not quite ready really, but I'm trying to get ready in the rain. And I got stung by a wasp first thing this morning, walking through the side bit of woodland. I've had a wasp attack me in the face, and I thought I brushed it away, but I didn't brush it away. I brushed it into my jacket, and then it found its way down my top and decided to sting me in the neck. So I'm alright, but that was a little bit of a unexpected thing this morning. I'm going to cut the balls in today because it's short. I don't know why I'm going to cut them because it's short, but my head just says cut some balls in today. So we'll get ready for that in a second. I don't mind the rain, I don't mind the wind, but I don't like the rain and the wind. Right, what am I going to fish today? Just there. Hopefully you can see that. So I'm going to fish just to that in front of me. The wind is blowing upriver, so it's going to be quite tricky today. You can see there's a bit of a gale on. Look, just on that pole pot. That. We'll battle through the weather. Hopefully I'm going to catch some roach short. And I'm going to fish the pole feeder later if I don't, if the roach die away. Then I've got another rig to go on, and it'll be the pole feeder at 13 metres as usual. It's just sort of in the flow, it's sort of on the edge of the flow. I'm just looking at the leaves, they're coming down, and that's about 18 metres. So it should be nice, and I'm looking forward to a good match today. Right, where's the starting hooter? Morning now. If it wasn't if I wouldn't go pleasure fishing today, I don't think. Not unless I was desperate to get out, but the added motivation of a match gets you going. Is that it? Have we started? I don't know now. We're fishing 9:30 till 2:30. Morning, Gary. Right. Someone's down there behind someone else's peg. I thought I heard a shout, but not sure. Fella to my left, he's got his brolly up. He's going to have to put that down. It's going to be 40-mile-an-hour gusts. And I'm waiting for an all-in that might have happened. Alright. Right, we agreed it's gone 9:30 now. There's 9:31 on my brolly is not going to survive. I don't know if you can see through the trees. Right, I'm starting. Something not quite right about that cupping kit. It's loose. I can't even hold the bowl at top 6. Right. Just not quite tight enough. Right, I'm going to put 10 balls in to start. What I might do is I might drop a couple from a slightly higher height. I've just got this thing, I want to create a bit of noise. I know I'm not fishing for F1s, but just always think that a little bit of noise helps. Right, Broddy's come down next door. I think that's the right move. And what I might do today is I might, I've got a load of caster with me. I might just feed a little bit of caster and hemp. You know, when it goes quiet, you know, my matches normally start off that I'll put my 10 balls in and I will catch after about 15 minutes. Then after an hour they start to fizzle out. Now, on the Trent they loose feed caster to try and draw fish up the river. And people don't really fish the Thames like that, but I wonder if I might give that a try today. I think I'm certainly not going to reball it like I did last week. That is not the way. But I think on this pole line I could fire some caster in with a catapult, although it's a bit windy. Not sure. Not sure. Get these in and then I'll go over the rig. So rig for today is a what's that, 3 gram AS7. It's not very deep. What's that, 1, 2, 4.5 foot, maybe a bit less than a 2 gram Olivet, load of number 8s, 2 number 8s down the line. It's 013 to 09 and I'm going to start on a single maggot. We'll see. It's going to be awkward, that much I'm sure of. And I've got some kind of snag right under my feet, because every time I was plumbing up I was in it. But let's see if I can have a little run through here like a steam train. I've got something of a run. It's quick though, it is quick. I was thinking about coming shorter, but that snag is putting me off, but let's just see how this is. Maybe it's alright. Yeah, I can kind of hold it back a bit. Fish goes. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Graham. Oh, it's come off. Look at the tree. Well, there was something there. I'm on a blue hydro. I might have to switch it to a pink. I thought I would need a blue just because of the wind. I wasn't sure. A pro and fishing light elastics. And I thought just with the, you know, the power of the wind and trying to get fish, it might have been, pink might have been a bit too soft, but I bumped that fish. apologise about the wind. There's not much I can do about that. It's tricky today, this is wowzers. There we go. Little roach. That's a good start. Although if that's the stamp, then I will need to switch this top kit. Okay, there's definitely fish there. A bit excited there, I think. That's sort of in line where those balls went. Yeah, that's fine. Ground bait, as usual, is a trusty mix of one bag of St.A.C. River Dark, one bag of St.A.C. River Brown, and then Gross Gardon Roach. Mixed in even parts, one bag of each. Might shorten this line down, I'm not sure. It's times like this when the wind blows. And then here where I think I want to run down, I could put another section of pole on, I guess. Could choose something similar. I'm just conscious of is that I end up fishing closer in than where I put that bait. Not a very long run, and it certainly goes down at a pace. It's going to be awkward for today. Just getting caught in the bottom there. The number of bites without a fish. Concluding that may be the bottom. It looked like it got deeper when I plumbed it up. It got deeper as I went further to the right. Not sure. That's a better fish. Nice. I'll catch these all day. Don't feel I've got enough control over the rig currently. It's maybe just, it is too long a line. I think I need to just hold it back a little bit more as it comes through this section here. Still trying to learn, even though I've been fishing the river for a year now. You've got to try and fish it in all conditions, you know. This is certainly the windiest I've tried to fish the pole, I think, like this. They're just sitting where I would expect them. I didn't see the entire weigh sheet for last week's Winter League. There was a section on here, or maybe it's only the first field, not the second field. We're in the second field today. Oh, I'm in the second field. So I'm not sure what the weights were, but I had a feeling that people caught roach this side. It's interesting, this river we've got 2, 3, 6 sections, I think, and they're all different, and they're all better for different weather conditions, so it's really nice. We've got some shallower water, some deeper water, but still that stamp isn't, it's not fitting for a blue hydro really. I managed to forget one, so I've got to run the camera and my phone off of it at the same time, so getting a new top kit is a bit of a faff, but that's 3 fish now that are all pretty similar size. Not enough. Right, if I lose you, I'll be back in a minute. Yo, it's going like a bream now. About the right distance, yeah. typical that, isn't it? Change the stuff and then don't get any bites. There we go. Live and learn. Just instead of that bait running just off the bottom, that bait would have been running close to a foot off the bottom. Okay, where's my bites? Slow it down a bit then. If they've just moved up, maybe that bait's a little bit more to the left and they've just moved up a little bit. All fish 4 footings, something like that, and then change the top kit and then no bites. Right then. There we go. Feel that pink hydro, there's 2 to 3 times more elastic coming out. It just cushions the fish is thrashing around much better. Morning everybody, thanks for tuning in. You joined me on the River Thames today on a Sutton Courtenay Club match, and catching some roach on the pole. It's a little bit awkward and it's very wet and windy. But as you can see, even when the river's in these sort of horrible flood conditions, if you can just get somewhere that's a little bit out the flow, a little bit calmer, then you should find fish. I want to slow that down. I'm not sure this is right. Maybe fishing with a flat float will be better today. It'll be a bit more resistant as I, slowly run it through. Might be changing stuff around today. I need to catch a lot of these. maybe a 4 gram would be better, I'm not sure. Could always come in just a little bit, but then I'm out of line with those balls now. So, and the fish seem to be happy on this run, on this line, so I want to keep on this line. I do think I want it to go slower. I'm just going to try holding it back a little bit. That wasn't out, I didn't intend to hold it back that much, that's the wind. It's awful, that presentation's awful. Right down the back was where I could run that. I had that fish. Well, good. I'm just going to try a caster, seeing if I can get a better quality fish on a caster. Just going to hook it straight through. I'm not going to bury the hook. If I can run it like that, it's okay, but I've got trouble because of the wind, so then everything sort of jerks around. I can imagine that bait jumping up and down in the bottom, you know. It's not clean, it's not smooth, but okay, not a fantastic result. Let's try a double pinky. And then after that, I'm going to go on. Excuse me. I'm just going to mark the pole where the depth is, and then I'm going to deepen it up slightly. See if I can get it to just drag along the bottom a little bit. Maybe that'll slow it down enough. And sort of from here. To there, that's where I expect the bite. There. battling against the flow going left to right, and then I've got the wind going from right to left. You can see it's a bit windy. So you see, you can probably hear it better. So both of those fish, fish today, and I go and so both of those fish were closer than when I put those balls. They weren't the full distance. And I wonder if it just runs just a tad little bit slower. See, if it was like that, the wind wasn't blowing, I think it would be alright. Just come a little bit more of an angle, and then so that's what, 10 inches shorter than where I put that, cut that bait. Okay, no fish that time. Let's try bringing it in intentionally. Right, so what's that? It's just over a foot shorter. Okay. Back to single maggot. Right, intentionally. Okay, I've got a foot of pole behind me. Caught on the bottom there, I think. It just runs a little bit slower. Oh, come on. Yeah, the river's just running a little bit slower, a foot towards me. I'm fishing that bit of pole. Just fish halfway down that section. So that's about right. Just there, it's not a lot in it. There's not a lot in it, but there, it's just that bit slower. And there's no bite, but I wonder if that's just a little bit better. didn't I? Definitely slower there, look. The trees. What's the colour like? It is I want to say nice, and I'm trying to find that by, it's not completely chocolate, it's got some colour in it. The fish just took them. So I've got some more success just fishing a little bit shorter than where I put my bait in. I think it's all to do with the fact the river's running just that little bit slower, and so my presentation is just that little bit better, and that bait is moving just a little bit less than it is when I go to the full distance. I'm not sure about the length of the line on the rig. I could keep going to the right, but I'm going to bash into this, so I think maybe this is what it needs to be. So if this carries on like this, what we're going to do is do this for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to chuck the pole feeder out and try and catch myself a fish. When I think about the weights of today, I suspect the weights are going to be either 3 or 4 bream, because I think there's plenty of anglers that are going to fish for bream today, or 20 pounder roach, and these are okay. I was thinking, oh, here we go. That's a better fish. No, that's not good, is it? top 4. And then still fish the same line by swinging it out. And then net the fish. That should be the right line. So it's just sort of ahead of the top kit. What I think I might be able to do, just like this. I'm just trying to see if I can swing him in. Maybe have the time. Right, 3/4 of an hour and I've got, I don't know, what have I got? 7 fish, maybe something like that, half a pound. Not very big. Finish the match with £2. Won't fancy that. I wonder if they're closer in, you know. Only thing is there's that snag, so I don't really fancy it. And I think I want to be in line with the bait that I put in, really. And when I top up, I can top up a bit shorter. Depends on how I feel about it. So. Let's just try another one. The original distance again. It's not too bad with the flow. It's more difficult with the wind, is hampering the presentation. Because that's not too bad. It's definitely a little bit faster though. But I could probably go a little bit deeper and just try and drag that bait on the bottom a little bit. there. You see I struggle to present it nicely. It's very marginal, this difference in the flow, but it is different. Right, how we doing, everybody? Not very chatty. Is the picture all right? Can you let me know? And if it's not, I'll change the angle of the camera. It's quite difficult for me to see it. If someone could just let me know in chat whether the camera angle looks right. Is there too much sky or that type of stuff? Four bites now and no fish off the back of it. Up on the far bank. It's finally been a roach. It's all good, is it? Thanks, Em. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's me or you, but unfortunately that's the only thing that's slightly out of my control. Well, it's not slightly out of my control, that's completely out of my control. I'm going to try double maggot, see if that can get me a better quality fish. come on, something nail it. Nice chub. I don't know what conditions chub want really. I caught I had 2 chub last weekend on this same stretch on the other bank, a bit further down, but I would say that it was a bit more coloured last week than it is today. I don't know whether they want it coloured or clear. I'm definitely coming back. We can organise a working party to come and take this tree out. This tree's annoying me. The tree on the other bank annoyed me last week. It's not the whole tree, we just got to take some branches off it. That's part of the agreement for the club and the landowner, is we maintain the banks, we look after the trees, and that includes taking out branches when you're trying to fish a top 4 or top 5 and you keep banging the top of the rig back at the top of the pole. Going to fish on that far bank. Looks like he might have a stick float. Yeah, he's running a stick float down there. Just that branch. Instinctively I'm just lifting the bowl at the wrong time. Slightly bigger stamp on that double mega. I'll keep on that. Yeah, what it means, if it's freezing. Nice a roach. So it's this time when I would say, if you're enjoying the fishing and you're not subscribed, if you could consider hitting that subscribe button, I'd appreciate it. It's a free way to support the channel and gives me some more visibility and puts my content in front of more anglers and people interested in fishing. So I'd really appreciate that. And give it a thumbs up, that all helps as well. Say hi in the chat, those types of things, some interaction, they all help. The numbers are going up. I know there's more of you watching every time I fish, so I really appreciate that. It means a lot. I enjoy it. It's just another aspect to my fishing. I find it really, really fun. So there we go. And I think we all get to learn a little bit. You know, there's a lot of good anglers in this channel. I know there is. You know, Neil's a specimen angler. You know, if you want to ask Neil a few questions, I'm sure he wouldn't mind answering, as long as you buy his book, which is on Amazon. So you know, he's a specimen angler, and we are going to go out at some point, Neil, I think, and make a little video. Anthony is an awesome match angler. He's you can find him at Royal Berkshire. I think he recently took a sponsorship as well, I think, Ant, didn't you? So certainly one to watch. And his dad actually Stephen was one of the first people sort of commenting in my channel, so you know, got a lot of, very grateful for that. I think his dad still watches, he just types less. Right, so we're still catching. What are we, coming up for an hour? So there's still fish here, I'm still catching, and what I would like to believe is that the fish aren't drawn necessarily. They've not been drawn into this peg because of the ground bait and the loose feed in it. They're in this peg. They're in this peg because it's got a slack on this near side, and it's providing cover from the, you know, the main force of the river. You know, just under my feet here. I think, yeah, if I didn't have a keep netting, I could probably catch right on a top kit. I need to come back on the river one day and check that, but so they're here because they're living here, or they're hiding here. So I think they might, you know, they're going to break my hour mark of, you know, still being in the peg and still able to catch. I don't feel I'm doing it efficiently enough, but I'm quite enjoying this. I need to tighten this elastic. Just a little bit. I thought I'd cut the wrong bit of elastic then. That would have been funny. Not paying enough attention to what I'm doing. It's certainly possible. Morning, Vers, how you doing? Yeah, I'm nearly at 1,100 now. It's great. I think, you know, people are appreciating the I don't know what I would say it, complete visibility of what I'm doing. I think, you know, I'm happy to share my thoughts, my rigs, my bait setup, you know, why I change what I'm doing. I'm happy to share all of it. I am. I think that, you know, it's really difficult, I think, for anglers to become better anglers. You know, you can watch a video of a lot of people, but, you know, what you're missing often is the thought process, you know, of what they're doing. And I also think it helps that it's, you know, live. You know, it's not edited. My edits are edited, obviously, but, you know, if you want to go and check the live streams, you can watch the full 5 hours of what I was doing, why I did it, why did I make a change, the fact I've just cycled through single maggot, double pin key, single caster, double pin key, trying to find a bait that's going to catch me the most fish and better quality, you know, that type of stuff. So I think people enjoy that. Sorry, well, mate, right, this wind is, oh, I'll end up with that ring in that left hand tree in a minute. Right, so whatever that is, I've caught. I don't know if that's a patch of cabbages down there. Or a tree, could be a tree. This is demonstrating why you need plenty of hook lengths when you're fishing a match. Yeah, it's something under my feet. Okay. But I guess this is doing okay. Maybe if it was deeper. I'm not sure if I read that properly. The first time I read that comment now, I thought it said I need you to say half a dozen prams. Now I think it says half a dozen prawns. Because you're talking about chub. I wonder if it's a pram that I'm getting caught on. There's something down there. So yeah, the guy on the far bank is fishing a stick float. I'm just going to keep an eye on him, see if he catches. It's one of the pegs where you can run a stick float. Well, there's quite a few actually, but you certainly can in that peg. You can run a stick float quite a way down because of the angle of the peg. I'm thinking now that I could. I'll bump that fish. Thanks very much, Steve. The aim of the channel is to take everyone fishing with me. That's the plan. I was just thinking about my calendar for next year. I've got to start booking some time off. Now I fish the Daiwa Pole Masters every year. That's sort of my, I wouldn't say favourite, but it's the first festival I've fished when it came out some 10 years ago. So I'm definitely going to fish the Daiwa Pole Masters in 2025. Ooh, the wind! At Tunnel Barn Farm, and this is nuts. And this year I fished the Spring Festival, and I had a great time. I had 6 points in the Spring Festival, and in the Winter Festival 6 points would have got me in the frame. I was watching it last week and going, oh, hold on a minute. I can't work out if the sections are slightly bigger, but I did realise that. I thought, oh, that's something to think about. But next year I'm not sure if I want to fish the spring or the winter or both. The summer one's in for sure, because I enjoy that. But I'm not sure. Maybe just stick with the 2 festivals there, and then maybe try and find another festival to fish at a different venue. And then I need to book up for the I'm going to do more, not more, but I'll definitely make sure I've got a Fishermania in the calendar, and I'm going to have to put the River Fest again in the calendar for next year, and then see what else I want to fish competitive wise. Obviously, oh, the tree floating down the river. Right, so I'm just thinking about my frequency of bites. It still seems alright. I'm struggling to hit them a little bit sometimes. That's a better fish. I'm going to swing it. I might regret this. Not quite like a pro, but it's good. So what's the time? Time is 10:40. Yeah. Why go out in the rain and the horrible weather when Graham's going to go out and you can just sit and watch from the comfort of your home, you know? I could do with a cup of tea. It definitely looks chubby to my right down there. Sort of the way the bramble all sort of overhangs into the river. The bramble's overhanging a good 2 meters into the river, I would say. And it's quite dense to my right as well, so I definitely think that it could hold a chub or a pike. So as I was saying, I just want to keep an eye on this sort of catch rate. If it slows down, then I'll top up. But as I was sort of mentioning earlier, I think the fish are living here currently, so I don't think I'm going to need to, maybe. And maybe I'll get quite a long time out of this. These 10 balls that I've put in. Let's try one on that original line again. So even when I do that, the wind is just... that half a section makes such a difference. I'm trying to present the bait. It's just not very nice. I can hardly push it down the river. I was thinking for next year in the summer, I might do a little mini series. My time is, you know, precious, but I might do a little mini series of go round. It's just one of the very early ways of catching loads of carp, gold. Yeah, gold. I wasn't even going to say spring lakes then, but yeah, gold. a way that you don't see people fish now, but was absolutely deadly technique in its heyday. Just fishing a loaded waggler, meter long tail. It's probably like the precursor to fishing pellets and the pellet waggler. Probably that's what took over from it, but I'd love to go and do that again. So it's going to happen for one day, and I might just label it and put it as a little series called How We Used to Fish. The other one that I'm going to do, I think, is go and fish down the edge on a running line with a centre pin, because we used to do that a lot at Willow Park back in my youth. So I thought I've got at least 2 videos or days out that I could do. Maggot on the waggler, down the edge with a centre pin. I'm sure I can pick up a centre pin for 30 quid probably. So that sounds like a good day out. Then I've got a centre pin if I ever want to do it, use it down the river. Does go down a bit too fast, this float. Still fish there. I don't know, I'm just struggling to read, and I just know why I'm struggling to read, because I've not turned the brightness up on the phone. Oh, it does. Fishing prep. It certainly is raining. That's what I've done the last few weeks, fish in the rain. I don't mind the rain, I ain't got a problem with rain. I'm not a fan of when it's raining and windy like this though. That's not really my ideal, but I'm catching, so that sorts all of any kind of issues out, and I'm managing to stream, so I'm liking that too. I've not seen him have a fish opposite on a stick float. I've not seen him feed either. Roach. So I'm still fishing double red maggot. It's, whether it's just over time I put some better fish, or because I'm fishing shorter or what, but certainly I've had better fish on. Double maggot, slightly bigger roach. So I think I might top up in a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 balls on this line that's, you know, half a section shorter than I originally put the bait in. I want to just create a little bit more competition on this line. I wonder if the fish are just sort of, they're on the line where I put the bait and then they come out, or they come a little bit closer. I don't really know, but either way, just have this urge to do it. Let's just try another one at full length. Interesting. Right, half a section again. Maybe they are. Maybe they're in the bank more. That one. Alright, I want to top up. Bit more, bit more hemp. Casts. A little bit closer. I've put those balls in because I'm wondering if the fish are just a little bit too spread out, and because I'm not fishing on the line where I've originally fed, and I want to try and get a better quality of fish. You know, I've caught a few fish now, I'm not blanked, right? I want to try and catch a better quality of roach, so I'm wondering if some bait on the right lines are going to help. I'm just thinking about, as I said, just mark off this depth and try and deepen up and hold that for a little bit long, a little bit slower through the run. Nice fish. Just going to move that float up half the float length. Let's see if I can get it to drag slightly along the bottom. Slow it down a little bit more. I'm not sure it slowed it down at all. that floats in the right place. That's a little bit short. I think that definitely made a difference actually. I want to say that just holds it back a little bit. Ooh, bleak. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. What are you doing in my peg? Right, I'm just going to stick on a little bit of a worm. Just a little bit. Can't be catching bleak. Get that pole feeder out in a minute. Something and set the hook line, just bumped it off. Roach. Looking for a perch or something better, but back to double maggot. I wonder if there's a fish hanging on the end of that. Oh, come on. Another caster. A double caster. Yeah, 10 balls. Yeah, no, 10 balls. No messing about. And then I've just topped up another 2 balls. It looks like someone's packed up to my right. What's that about? Hope they're alright. It is difficult fishing conditions, that's for sure. I had a bite of double caster. Now, this is interesting because it was the gentleman that was on the end peg, and the end peg I expected to produce the most roach or bream. A double caster again. You alright? Hey? Ah, okay.
Untypical, isn't it? First put in, first buried within 30 seconds of the bream.
I thought that would happen.
What's typical on a day where I ain't going to weigh it in there?
Yeah, just small roach. Where I can sort of present it okay.
Yeah.
The,
Sort of most people catching this one.
the flow's alright, the problem's the wind.
Yeah, that's what I was sat on the pole feeder.
I'll be doing that later. No, that's not good, he's not feeling very well. No, I didn't catch. I'm half watching, half catching, half thinking about how am I going to catch some better fish. But yeah, I'm sure that the conversation was it's horrible and rainy. Although it's actually, I say that, it's not actually raining right this moment. It's just very windy. Bring first chuck he had. Fish. Do I say better? It's netted stamp. It's nice. So I'm just going to try another bigger little worm. There's clearly roach there. Let's just try. It's not really the right hook for it. Let's try a big old lump of worm. Just looking to see if there's a perch or a bream or a chub. I had a pound chub on double dendrobina last week. Let's just run this down here. I better get a clonking great roach. Oh, float one under. Okay. Okay. That pink hydro on there, you right? Right. So, do I wish I had the blue hydro on? Yes. I've got to get you further out, haven't I? I've got to hope that fish stays in the flow. Stays in the flow, I can... Oh. This is awkward. In fact, this is more awkward than awkward. The fish is way out in the flow, and I've got trees over my head. I feel like I'm going to have to how am I meant to navigate that? Can't get the pole up in the air. The fish feels different to when I first took. I think I'm going to use the puller kit. I think I'm going to use the puller kit. Fish feels different than when I first hooked it, you know. Right, Graham. Around the bramble. Right, I've got the pole behind my head. It's a bream. Literally the pole is pointing completely behind me into the field. I don't know what I thought was going to happen. I got pink hydro on. Caught in the tree. I've managed to get that. I can't land it with 5 sections on, so I've got 6 sections on. This is nuts. No. You go in that bramble, I can't get you out. Right. I've no idea what you're all saying. I'm sure you're saying, come on Graham, get it out. And you're not saying, what are you doing, you absolute numpty? Oh, that tree over there. Right, it's now or never. Now or never. Come on. Come on. I've got to go down. This is nuts. Oh, there's the scoop. There's the scoop. There's the scoop. Ooh, come out. There you go. Right. If there's one, there's more. So, what are we going to do? I've got 2 choices: blue hydro or white hydro. Blue would have been much better, and will still catch me the roach. But if I'm just going to go down there with a worm, I might as well fish a white. How I got that fish out, I don't know. I've been in the tree 3 times with the elastic, and I've caught it in the bramble twice. tell you what we're going to do. We're going to set up, it's only a top 4. I'll set up another rig, just the same. So another rig, a white hydro. I've got enough time. That's my fish has put plenty of weight in the net. Right, kits. Oh, we spend a few minutes. So this is 013. I'm fishing 013 to an 011. You like that? Is that the one? Not sure I understand the commentary. Is it? Is that the one that your neighbour put back? Oh right, yeah. Yeah, maybe. So we're going to fish an 011 to a 16. I'm just... No, that's because it's wrapped around the eye. It's really wrapped around the eye. That's better. Right, move that down. Whew, heart's going. I had six sections. If you know, I was standing up, I was pointing it behind me. I was pointing the pole pretty much at 9 o'clock, like 10 o'clock, to try and get the pressure on that fish. When the flow is so much that that pink hydro, I don't know why I put that. I thought I was going to catch a perch. That's what I was looking for. I thought it might be a perch in among these roach. I was not expecting a bream. Right. Let's get these done. Put that rig down there. See if I can just get this rig. It looks like it's got too much weight on it. Yeah, quick look. Might be right. Yeah, that's right. Have a look at that. Oh, don't do that, don't do that. Straight on that snag, whatever that is. Rig destroying snag. I think this isn't shotted the same, is it? It's got what? One dropper. Let's move one of those other ones down then. I've got time for you today. Right. Stick a lump of worm on. That'll do. Right, who thinks I'm going to catch a bream straight away? Put it in the chat now. Float went under. Don't know if it's not shotted, if it's shotted correctly or not. Right, didn't go under that time, so makes me think that was a bite. That was a bite. Come on. So my pole feed is set up for a top 5, not a top 4. So it's too long really for here. But it might work. Don't think this, I know I've caught that bream, but I just don't think this is slow enough. I'm deepen it up. Try and slow it down. There we go, right. Klaus, unfortunately I don't speak German, but my children do, so I will get them to translate what you're typing to me later. It's not a rod, it's a pole. Dave. It's a pole. You plan to catch smaller fish and stronger elastic when you're catching bigger fish. And I can catch fish up to 15 kilos, 30 pound on the pole, not a problem. What it allows you to do, which a rod doesn't, is to be extremely accurate all of the time, and fish and feed in exactly the same spot. Not commonly used in the US though. That's for sure. Not when I was going fishing for snook and grouper and sheep's heads and tarpon. You wouldn't want a tarpon on one, that's for sure. So I'm getting a little bit distracted now. The adrenaline's still running through me from that bream. So what I'm going to do, oh look, I thought I was in then and it's not, it's the bottom. So there is a big old snag down there. That's for sure. Don't know what that is. Hopefully that's going to come back. I don't know what it is. It's not bending the hook, so it's cabbages or something. I'm pulling it through. So I'm going to have a couple more run throughs. And then I'm going to have to swatch that pink for the blue, I think. Have some runs through, see if the roach is still there. I don't know what that is. And then we're coming up to, well, we're not coming up to top it up time, but I might top it up again because of that bream. And I might drop the pole feeder on it. Okay, let's switch this. There. Do, 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 do. So I can't stay on that pink kit, it's got to come off. But that's okay. If it wasn't so crowded with trees, I might say I can stay on the pink kit, but that's just a silly idea now I've caught a bream. I'm better off accepting that I might bump a few roach. Right, let's catch a fish. Calm down. Yeah, Wells catfish would be fun. Not in here though. They're not in here. But there's plenty of other things that could give me a run for my money. There's big carp in here and there's barbel in here, and I expect to catch them today, but not on this part of the river. But yeah, there's lots of things that you can have fun with catching them on a pole. As you see in a bit, when I put bait in, I can put bait in on exactly the same spot, and that allows me to be extremely accurate. For this type of fishing. What's the betting that I go and look at another bream now on double maggot running through on this blue hydro? I need to catch David. Thanks, Dave. If you go through my back catalogue of my videos, you'll see me catching a 27-pound catfish, but it's not on the pole, as it happens. Right. So the issue that I've got, just to try and frame it, is I'm not happy with the speed that the rig goes through for catching bream. I know I've caught one, but I think that's more luck. I think it's just racing through a little bit. It's been my issue all day long. So I could drop the pole feeder down there and that would sort that out. So I'm just going to do a little bit more of this. I'm fishing the River Thames in Abingdon, really. Abingdon Marina is, if you look on Google Maps, Abingdon Marina is to my left. And I'm fishing on a piece of water called Otneys that is controlled by Sutton Courtenay Angling Club. So the upper Thames, if that's what the phrase you would want to use. So I have a couple more roach, and I'm going to put 2 more balls in, and then I'm going to put the pole feeder over the top, and we're going to go hunting for some more bream or big perch. I think that's the plan. What's the time? 11:47, so we're just over the 2-hour mark, and started off the match. I put 10 balls in to start. Usual mix: 250ml of hemp, 250ml of caster, about 150ml of dead maggot today, slightly less. Cut that in to start with on a top 6, and then when I started to fish it, actually it was running a bit fast on that top 6 line, so I came in just a little bit closer on a top 5.5, just half a pole section behind me, and the float was running slightly slower, but in presentation terms it must have been 100 times better, and I was able to start catching some roach straight away. Caught a load, topped up after an hour, went through baits trying to find something to catch a bonus fish, not bonus fish, better quality roach. And then after topping up, I thought I'd put a worm on just to see if I could catch a perch. And I caught a 3.5 or 4 pound bream in the most epic fight I think I've ever had with a fish. I kid you not. So I've now got to make some decisions. Clearly there's roach here. I could keep catching them. I've changed to a blue hydro, which means I would have some more control over a bonus fish if I hooked one, but it's not a lot, and there's a lot of brambles to my right. This is a bit of a problem, and I've got trees above my head, so catching really good fish on a blue hydro is not going to be easy. So I think what we're going to do is just going to catch another couple of roach, and then I'm going to get the pole feeder out and see if I can get a bonus fish on that. But with 3 hours, I'm kind of reasonably chilled about it. You see that wind's died down, I can slow that float down a little bit more. Nice bite. The presentation's just so much better. I'm trying to combat against 20-mile-an-hour winds with 40-mile-an-hour gusts going upstream from my right to left. It's making the presentation just horrid. Okay, that's a better fish, isn't it, Graham? Don't want it near that snag. It's clearly a snag under my feet. What are you? Oh, big roach. Whoa, lovely. Look at that. That's what I catch. Look at that fish. They're in here. I know they're in here. Look at that. Beautiful, that is. If I can keep catching them like this, then, you know, I won't need to sit for a bonus bream, because I'll have caught 8 of those and I'll have caught the same weight anyway. But I've got to try and do what's best to win the match. Thinking if they could be that big, and then they could be that big. No, we were doing. Right, there we go. Is that camera still right? I'm not sure if it's moved around. Someone just let me know if it's following the float and the pole enough. A few bleak in the peg now. They don't weigh a lot, they're quite hollow fish, so I don't really want to catch them. I'll come back and visit these trees with a chainsaw, I think. Species, little silver bream. It's not a skimmer, it's just slightly different to a skimmer. Okay, perfect, thanks Paul. 13 on the match today, I think it is. That's now down to 12. One gentleman's had to leave because he didn't feel too good. Something just topped down here. Which is, I think, is good as a turnout when everyone knows that the weather was going to be horrible. The river's still running a bit too fast, but I think this is the river now for the rest of the season. I'm not sure it's going to slow down now. So all those roach are sitting in a little window. It's a stretch that's probably 2 meters long. That's where I'm getting all the bites. If you think about where my bait goes in, I'll put my bait in at 12 o'clock today, slightly farther up than I would be, and then it's going 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, and the fish are sitting around 4 to 6 meters. That's where I'm getting the bites, which is maybe a little bit further down than I would have expected in that depth of water, but that's where they are. Or that's where I'm able to stabilise the rig and present it well. I'm not sure which. It's one of the two, but it runs through okay there, but I let it run pretty quick. And I'll try and hold it back a little bit through there, which is difficult on a 3 gram. And then they're at the back there. That was a little bit late in the swim, but there we go. So time for the pole feeder, I reckon. So I catch a few more roach. That's that done. So you can go there. Pole feeder's on a 5. I'm going to see if I can do it with a 40-gram feeder. Excuse me while I just switch some stuff over. Yeah, that's the problem. That's going to be the problem, right? The tree. Oh, I can get it through there. It's a 5, 6. I need to take one off. It's going to bounce down. Maybe that's fine. Okay. If it's not, I'll switch it. I've got another. I've got another rig anyway, which is a top 4, but we'll try it with this one. Need to get a hook length. Not going to mess about. It's going to be a 3 foot 0.17 to a size 12. We'll get that on there. I'll switch it to a 40-gram feeder. I think that might be alright versus the usual 55. And we're going to need a couple of worms. On that. Take the tails off. And we'll pot with some ground bait in it. So we'll give this a little try. I've got nothing to lose. I can go back to catching my I can go back to catching the roach. I do just want to right, I'm still going to feed these on the 5. The pole feeder's going to have to be on the top 6. Can't fish it half the section back. I might have to just fiddle with the height of it. But if this all works out as I hope it to, I could be in for a good time, as it were. Got a bit of hemp. Bit of caster. A few pinkies in here. Definitely awkward. If it's too awkward, I'll have to give it up, but right. Needs to be the top 4 version. Alright, please excuse me everyone while I faff about with my gear. As if I was starting a match. What it is the line's too long, just in case you're wondering what's causing my dissatisfaction. So the line's too long because it's made for 5 pole sections for deeper water. The water is not as deep, so I need a shorter rig. Which I've got. But it's just going to take me a few minutes to get it changed over. So I think I've just hit a new stream milestone. I can see, according to this, it's telling me there's 48 people watching, which is amazing. Thank you one and all for tuning in. I think that is the most I've had watching a stream at the same time. So thank you for choosing to spend some time here today. If you're wondering why all this isn't set up beforehand, it's because we only have might decide in a minute, by the way, that I don't like it and I'm just gonna fish the pole again. Okay, let's try that again. Some hemp, some caster, some pinkies. I'm just going to put that slightly downstream. Perfect. Okay, now I'm liking that. I just want that bump bar a little bit higher because I want that elastic out of the water. And that's it. So in case anyone's unsure about what's going on now, I'll just turn this I've got to turn the camera now. So I've got start down, we've got a hook with 2 worms on it on 0.17 hook length, 3 feet of that. That's connected to a Guru speed bead connector. That's on 8-pound Daiwa ST line, and that goes up to there's a quick link swivel that I attach the feeder to, and at the top what I'm looking at right now is I've got 2 sets of Drennan float stops, and in between them I've tied a piece of pink hydroelastic, so the line actually comes in like a big D shape, so it comes up from the water to the first set of beads, then there's like a big loose arc of line, then it's on the other 2 beads, and then it's to the pole, and in the pole I've got black hydroelastic. So the way this rig works is that when the fish grabs those worms and pulls those worms, I will see it on that pink hydroelastic, I will feel it on the through the pole because I'm touching the pole, and that will be my indication. Then I'll strike, and if it's a big fish, then all that happens is that pink hydroelastic stretches until the main line goes tight, and then effectively what I'm doing is I'm playing the fish on 8-pound main line, black hydro and an 0.17 hook length, and that's the rig. And that was a bite, and that's the way it works. So you have the ability to fish a big bait on the bottom, nice and static, which is what I believe we need for the bream, with all the power you want if you hook a big fish. And it's worth me investing half an hour right now to see if I can catch a bream using this rig, and if not, I'll go back to catching some roach. Yeah, or I could use a flat float, Patrick. I could use a flat float. For which I've got loads in my box. The thing about the flat float is I really like fishing the pole feeder. So a flat float for everyone. I'll put a little picture up when I do the little edit. A flat float is a specially designed float that's designed to resist the current. So it sort of sits at an angle, and the bristle comes up at a different angle than you would normally expect. And that helps resist the current, as I said. But I've had great success on the pole feeder. And so that's the choice for today. We'll give it a go. What's the time? 12:15. So we're nearly 3 hours in. Let's see if there's some more bream down there. So it's this time of the live stream, I guess I'll just mention again while we're just waiting for fish to rock up, is if you're enjoying it and you're not subscribed, I'd really appreciate if you'd consider hitting that subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel. It really helps with the visibility, and like I said, if you're enjoying this live right now, hit the thumbs up, drop me a hi in chat. All that kind of interaction with the stream is what helps push it to more people. And I just caught a glimpse of 55 people watching, 57, which is amazing. And that's a bite. I don't know how big that is, but it's pulling my black hydro down the river. So that's another bream. So the only thing I've got to navigate with this is when I've got to try and get it up river, but I've got to break down before it gets too far up river, because I've got too many trees in front of me, around me. And there we go. That's how you do it. There we go. It's a proper one. That's why I spent that 15-20 minutes messing about trying to get it right. So, same again, double dendrobina. Take your tail off. Take your tail off. Right, catch another one. Glad you're enjoying it, Paul. Sometimes the most disheartening thing is thinking about streaming and not catching, but sometimes it works the other way. So I've often thought that you need to put more bait in this stretch of river to get the bream and to keep the bream and to hold the bream. You want as much as possible. It's not quite tight enough, that rig. So I'm clearly able. We'll take it one fish at a time. Thanks, Ashley. Awesome. Really appreciate it. So yeah, the subscribing really helps. Just introduce the videos to other people, you know. YouTube is smart. It's going to find other people like Ashley that like fishing, and it's going to say, do you fancy watching this? Because Ashley thought it was worthwhile. So that's all good. I really appreciate it. As I've said quite a few times, I'm just bringing everyone fishing with me, and if we learn some stuff together, then, you know, all the better. I find it, you know, certainly fishing rivers, it's really difficult to get information out of anglers on what they're doing, and why they did it, you know, and, you know, what was their thought process. That's why I really like the idea of live streaming a match where you can see that I've caught a few roach, I've then thought about catching a perch, accidentally caught a bream, and now I'm intentionally trying to catch bream. I've caught a bream now, and now, you know, what am I going to do for the next 2 hours? Well, for the moment it's going to be staying on this. Came on it at 12:15. I topped up 2 balls, just beforehand, so I'm going to sort of keep an eye on that and see if we can catch another bream. There's plenty in here, you just have to find the right line, and then you know, I think it's really important, you've got to try and keep them entertained. I probably won't catch another one now, but it won't be for want of trying. And I'm finding those 2 dendrobinas on a size 12 to be really effective. It's a MWGB hook, so it's the microbarb version of the super strong MWG hooks from Guru. Whoa, whoa, wind, whoa. Just got to take a quick stock of everything before it all blows away. Yeah, there's a few videos. I fished the pole feeder for the first time, I think it was a year ago, and you know, coming from a commercial setup, you know, I'd heard about fishing for F1s and carp, you know, people fishing the pole feeder. Then I just thought it was a joke, really. You know, and you hear about the odd person fishing at a Tuttle Barn farm, and then only when you come to the river and you chuck a feeder in that's 50 grams and does it bounce down the river, and you start to go, okay, what's this pole feeder thing again? And when you think about it, the accuracy is devastating. Just a leaf caught on the line. The ability to fish it on the same line I fished earlier, or to, you know, generally what I'll do is I'll put 10 balls in, then fish the pole feeder. The accuracy is deadly, and the, you know, the bit of elastic between the two float stops is ingenious. It's not the perfect setup. That wind's blowing from my right to left, which is blowing the pole. I don't think it's moving the feeder. I think it just makes the pink hydroelastic stretch. I'm watching where the float stops are against the backdrop of the river. I don't think it's moving them, so I don't think the feeder's moving, but I'm just going to wait for that telltale thump you get when the bream grabs that worm and starts to swim away. Now, if there was loads, I would have expected another one by now. Just keep going though. A few pinkies, a few bit of hemp, a bit of caster. It's certainly easier fishing it on a top 6 than it is 13 metres, I know that much. Right, I've just put it slightly more to the right this time. A little bit nearer where I think that I'm getting those bites off those roach. And probably a little bit nearer than where I think that ground bait's hitting the bottom, so I'll have a little look around. I'll do one here and then I'll do a few slightly down the river. We'll move it around a little bit. I think we'll probably go for 5-minute casts. You know, if they're sitting there, then I expect them to have it pretty quick. Question is, are they sitting there or are they sitting slightly downstream? I don't know, but we're going to try and find them, assuming there's more there, right? And if I can't, I'll go back on the float and catch some more roach. Wow, that's a new stream record, I think. 61 people, good afternoon. Thanks for all of you for tuning in. Gets quite overwhelming really sometimes. You can imagine fishing and there's 61 people standing behind you watching what you're doing. It's like, don't mess it up. But good afternoon, thanks all for joining. I'm coming up to, the 3rd hour of my 5-hour match today. I've got 2 bream, I've had one on the pole feeder, one on the float, in a very dramatic battle on pink hydro, and I've got a load of roach, a couple of pounder roach, fish from 1 ounce up to about 8 ounces, so I'm having a lovely day's fishing despite it being a bit wet and windy. But thanks for tuning in, I appreciate that. Let's see if I can catch some more fish for everyone. needs a bream to swim along and take a liking to those two worms on the hook. Just watching that time, it's been 4 minutes. Give it a couple more minutes and I'm going to put it back in again, but I'm going to, as I said, move the pole to the right on my bump bar. If you see my bump bar there, I've got two more bumps to the right, so I'm going to move it down one to the right and then I'll do the other one after that casts, just to try and move that feeder down the peg a little bit. If I can't find fish on that, then as I said, I'll go back and catch some more roach. Wind is certainly getting up. Yeah, so you need a you don't plumb the depth. I've got 2 rigs. I've got 4 rigs made up for the pole feeder, but they're duplicates. I've got 1 rig made up that's as long as a top 5, so top kit plus 2. Top kit sections number 1, 2 and 3, and then the number 4 and number 5 section of your pole. So I've got 1 set up to a top 5 and I've got 1 set up to a top 4. And the top 5 is deep enough for all the parts of this river that I fish. So essentially what you try to do is you need to work out which rig it is you need to get to the bottom and to sort of handle the current. Now, the sort of handle the current is sort of 2 flavours. One, if it's a bit slack like I am now, it's 40 grams. And if it's really pushing through, then it's 55 grams. That's it. It's the only 2 feeders that I use for the pole feeder on this part of the river. And essentially what you're doing is you're lowering the feeder and you're feeling the bump of when it hits the bottom. And then essentially you're just looking about how much you know, how far the pole is away from the water. That's all you're doing. One of the common mistakes that people make, I'm sure, and I keep having this conversation with people, is that they say they put a 60 gram, 65 gram feeder on it and it goes down the river. And in my mind, yeah, of course it does, because it's flooded, or it's, you know, it's got a lot of extra water on it. But eventually it stops, right? So if you were to just drop the feeder in there upstream, you know, it would go bouncing down the river. But because you've got it on a line, eventually it comes to stop. You know, I don't believe for an instant that feeder is up off the bottom floating around. No, it's a tight angle from my pole. You can see the line angle down to the bottom of the river, and that's where that feeder is. And then after that, that roach has just given me a heart attack. But oh, it came off, brilliant. But ultimately it's on the bottom, and your long hook length is dangling that bait, you know, 3 foot down past it. I don't know if that made sense. I was sort of rambling on there, but people say to me they've put a feeder on and they can't hold bottom with it. Well, no, you can't. But you're not meant to, in my mind. Now, I'm no master pole angler, but I catch fish on the pole feeder I catch fish on the pole feeder all the time, so I think I've got it right. That was a great bite then. And then probably the most ingenious piece is to use a bit of electrical tape to tie a rig tie to your pole. Don't use a cable tie because you'll snap your pole. I've never done it, but I've worked out that wasn't a good idea to start with. And yeah, it allows you to just ship it out and you're all good. Now I want to be a little bit more downstream this time and then put it on that bump. Maybe I put it a little bit too far. Let's just move to the next bump. And that'll tighten that tension out a little bit. So yeah, I think that's the way it works. I don't know if I prefer them. It's just the ones that I'm using because the normal cage feeder in my mind was wrong. I've got other feeders that have got less water moving through them, right? So the idea is you want to get that ground bait to the bottom and you don't want it all coming out of the feeder. Now this is a bottom-ended feeder, but it's a cage, so that means there's lots of opportunity for the river to wash that bait out. But I'm not fishing very deep, so I don't think it's too much of an issue. If I was fishing significantly deeper, or it was a top 5, really I think I need to move away from those bottom-ended feeders with a lot of cage to the to a feeder that's got more plastic and a few holes in it, if that makes sense. So there's a brand, S.C.A.C, that look like they do some good feeders for fishing the pole feeder. And the other one is, I think it's Preston, that make the hex mesh feeders. So basically solid plastic with 6 or 8 holes in, maybe not even that many. I think they are probably better. I'm just in the habit of using these ones, even though I've got the hex ones at home. It's a familiarity that's driving me to use it today. And I need to go out on a pleasure fishing session and just switch over, because I think ultimately it's going to be better. Because of the angle that's going in at, I don't for a second think that feeder, show you here, I don't think that feeder sits like that, because that's at an angle. So at best it's like that, isn't it? Right? At best it's at that angle. But I think the ones with less holes in would be better, you know, because I'm fishing in winter conditions, the river's pushing through and I don't want all that bait leaving before it gets to the bottom. So plastic feeder would be better. If someone had a plastic feeder with a weight at the bottom, then I would be sold. I'd be like, that's the one for me. But I could just tape some of these holes up, you know, you could make it work. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I need to try it a little bit more. No worries, hope that helps. So where are all these other bream then? That's the question. I've nicked one, then I've nicked another one. The rain started, so we've got to sort out for that. bring that in. And then just put it to the road. Won't be a minute, well. Oh, that's quite a lot of rain. Right, I'll be back in a second. I hope everyone's in the warm. It is horrid. Right. Right, we're going to put this out for another 5 minutes and then go there. You know, it's that horrible. There's waves breaking on the river upstream. And I would say that these are more than 40 mile an hour gusts. I've been sat out in the rain quite often. Right. Yeah, I'm sure it does. You enjoy yourself, Stephen, and I'll try and catch some fish. Fish just top there or something fell in the river, not sure which it was. Yeah, so I had a great start to the day this morning. I had a bit of trouble pushing the trolley through the field, so I decided to do it in 2 trips. So I brought my rod bag up, and then I went back for my trolley. And as I was walking back, this wasp decides to fly into my head, and I've sort of, you know, startled, and it, you know, hit me a couple of times. I managed to knock my glasses off into the mud, and sorted myself out. Started to walk down the river again, and I heard this buzz. So it's clearly in my jacket or somewhere. So I've stopped at the next angler, who tells me he also got attacked by the wasp. And I take my jacket off and my hoodie off, and I'm like, right, I can't see anything anywhere, it's fine. Put my hoodie back on, hear the buzz again, and realise it's actually gone down my polo shirt. And before I manage to deal with it, it stings me in the neck. Which is a great start. Sean, imagine you've got the main line. So in my case, that's a 10-pound ST. Sorry, I'm just looking because the bottom part of the rig's just gone in under the water, which is either a fish or a leaf, which I think is a leaf. I'll show you. Sean, wait a sec. Can I show you? Yeah, I can. So I've got my loop, as you would expect, just my loop on the 8-pound ST. And then you come to 2 Drennan float stops, and then 2 more Drennan float stops. So I've got, what happens is you're playing the fish against the hydroelastic like this. But if you get a big fish, all that happens is the rig bombs out, the hydroelastic stretches all the way that it needs to, and you're just playing the line then on 8-pound ST. So that's the way it works. So you've got a loop of line, but it's not like a loop, it's like it makes a D shape. So yeah, just 4 Drennan float stops, and space them about a foot apart on the line. But actually they're probably 2 foot apart on the line, if that makes sense. I'll change what I'm saying. The float stops are 2 foot apart, but I've only got a foot of hydroelastic in between, so it forms this loop. So every bite you feel it against the pink hydro. The fish doesn't feel the black hydro, and then it bombs out, and then you're playing it on black hydroelastic. Hopefully that explains it. I wondered about doing some just specific how-to videos, but I never really think I'm good enough angler to sit there and go, this is my rig and you should all use it. Just coming out of the flow because I was looking for roach, and I'm fishing the pole feeder on the same line. But you can set the pole up to 13 metres. I'm like a weather reporter, and it's like, you know, it's a bit windy. Sorry, I'll have to shout a little bit. So the reason I think the pole feeder is so good against a traditional feeder when the river's in these sorts of conditions is because you can put the pole up at 13 metres, rest it on your bump bar, throw 10 to 15 balls of ground bait out really accurately, and then when you put the pole feeder on, you fish it straight on top of that ground bait. It's exactly the same as if you're fishing the pole. Why is the pole better than fishing a rod? Because it's more accurate, and you're able to drop that pole feeder right on top of that ground bait, because there's no way in these conditions with this river and this wind that you could chuck that feeder in the same place, and you don't want it clipped up. So, you know, what do? You know, maybe people might say to me, you'd fish with distance sticks, you know, and every time you cast, you know, that's not for me. For me, it's all about the accuracy. I drop my ground bait there, I drop my pole feeder generally in the same place. It's a little bit further because I'm searching the peg, but I drop the pole feeder in the same spot, because it goes to the right naturally, or to the left depending on the flow, and you're fishing right over your bait. And it's just my view that, you know, when you're fishing a feeder, you're not doing that. You could underarm it and be in the same sort of, you know, sort of area, but right now the bream don't want to be in the middle of that river. The bream want to be on the edge of the flow, or they want to be in the slack. So, you know, pole feeder wins all day long for me, although I'm not getting a bite, so I am going to just have to change it, because I don't want to sit there catching nothing for a minute. So pull that out and try and safely put that down there, and we'll get the other rig out. Blue hydro, I think. So yeah, it's all about accuracy. So hopefully I can put this rig back on, go back out and catch some roach like nothing's ever happened, but let's see. It is windy and horrible. I might end up back on that pole feeder. I feel like that flight's got a little bit worse, even though it was bad enough to begin with. Looks horrid, doesn't it? If you're sitting there thinking that looks awful weather conditions, it is. The wind has slightly changed though, so it's behind, it's coming off my right shoulder a little bit more, so it's not so bad for bending the pole. Definitely faster, but oh, there's a fish. Still get a tangle in my rig. Rig for the day, by the way, is just a Olivet, load of number 8s. 2 number 8 droppers, 6 inches apart, and then size 18 microbarb from Guru, the one that begins with a K that I can't pronounce. Karachu or something like that it's called. It's a fine wire hook, but anyone that's seen it, when I won my Riverfest qualifier, I caught 40 pound of bream on the same hook. It's they're super strong for what they are. think it's great that you can just keep catching. I'm going to just go through the comments in case there's anything I've missed. I'm trying to read what everyone's saying and not lose my pole and not pull this cable out. I'm just thinking now that when I first started to stream, I was using my laptop, which was giving me some features that I don't get like this. But one of those features that I could do is text to speech. So you could type stuff and it would say it to me. I wouldn't have to worry about. Oh, right. Well, I knew I was going to drop one. So I could use text to speech, which might be quite helpful. I did. I put 2 more balls in. I don't know if you caught it, but I cupped another 2 balls in before I went back and had 3 puts in and then went to the loo. So I didn't get another show. What's going to probably happen is I'm going to hook one on double maggot. It's an awful run through, but just they're still there, those roach. They're still there. I can't even move my pole to net it and the landing net. Right, just got to check my gear, make sure I'm not going to snap a pole section. Right, that can go on the ground. Yeah, so we're just going to stay on this for a bit. What have we got? I've got an hour and a half left. What I could do is I could do another half an hour, see if we can catch some more roach for half an hour. Then I could put another couple of balls in and fish over them. Maybe have the odd put through on a worm, I don't know, look for a perch. And then have another look for bream. What I don't want to do is I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half and catch no bream. My view is that if they're there, they're there, you know? So you can fish and not catch any, right? This might have to, I'm not sure this is going to work when I try and explain it, but I think if they're there, I'm going to go out and I'm going to catch one straight away. That's my goal. Like a bit like fishing down the edge, right? When you fish down the edge, you should go down the edge and catch one straight away. Don't sit down the edge for 20 minutes, right? And no one needs to remind me about sitting down the edge for an hour like I did the other week. But you should go down the edge and catch straight away. And if they're not there straight away, come off it, right? So my view is that there's not a bream sitting down there straight away because I went down there a minute ago and I didn't catch one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch some roach for a bit. I don't want to ball it again because I only put some balls in not too long ago. And at the end of the day, you know, I could always catch one on this maggot rig anyway. It'll be thoroughly entertaining with the blue hydro, but you know, it was thoroughly entertaining with the pink. So I think for the moment, I'm going to keep doing this, Still save half an hour at the end to sit on it, but not put it in right now. And I don't know if that makes any sense. That's my thought process currently. And if I fish for half an hour and they're all just bleak and tiny roach, I'll come off it. That's my sort of thoughts. Catching fish is good for views. Original line where I balled it in. Just trying to mix it up a little bit. Now that wind's changed, I might be able to present it a little bit better through that line. Feels quicker through this shorter line. Better fish. And it's nice, you know, I'm enjoying catching these roach. It's a good it's a good time, you know. Lovely net of fish. It's horrible. lovely roach, you know. So I've probably had a pound of fish since I stopped fishing the pole feeder. You know, which means if I can keep this going till the end of the match, I've caught the equivalent of another bream anyway. You know, and then there's always a chance that I might hook one doing this anyway. Definitely got to be the worst conditions I've fished and streamed in. I'm sure it must sound awful, and loads of people are going to give me comments around go and get yourself a mic set up, but it's just I don't have long enough to do it. I've got the gear, it's all fine, but I don't have enough time before the start of the match to get ready and stream, not with setting up radio mics and, you know, getting that to work. I just don't have enough time. We get an hour and a half to set up, and if you think I want to set up, you know, pole rig, and then I set the pole feeder up again today, you know, you've got to get to your peg and all that jazz. So the compromise is a little bit of audio quality. But this must be quite noisy, sorry everybody. What did you do this morning? Watch some fella fish in absolutely shocking weather. And he was catching and laughing about it. So I think I'm going to put another couple of balls in on the half hour, 15 minutes maximum. I'm going to put 2 more balls in on this line. It'll keep these roach, hopefully keep these roach entertained, and or might bring bream into the area, I don't know, we'll have a think, but we're going to put a couple of balls in anyway. Do it quicker than that if I think that the bites are getting a little bit slow. was just thinking, I might have put a photo on the community page a while ago of my rig. Have a little look back through there when you get a moment. I'll check it tonight. But oh, there's a better fish, I bumped it. But yeah, I think I might have put a picture of my rig on the community tab. They're still there. I've done a couple of run throughs that just are coming even more, even closer, because it feels as if it's got a little bit more. The toe's got up a little bit. Not the toe, but it's stronger. Let's roach that. Look. Do you know what, Martin? Every time they flap about like that, I've got this vision of a pike just coming and having it from in front of me. I would have to believe that with so many roach here, there has to be a pike here. There's plenty of pike in this river. I've caught them up to 27 pounds. 27 pounds? Yeah, 27 pounds I think. Pike. Can't remember. I caught it up by Abingdon Lock. But there's plenty of pike in here. But yeah, when they splash around like that, I'm like, uh-oh. But yeah, I did wonder if I needed. Oh, I bumped it again. I did wonder if they maybe were going to come a little bit closer, because the river's got up a little bit. But I've got that snag down there. And I've been lucky with it so far. It's cost me a couple of hook lengths, but that's not bad. Look at that log floating. Well, you can't see it probably, but there's a log floating down the river that's as big as one of my children. On that time of the rig, on that 5.5 section line, it's just got faster. Yeah, so on the 5.5 section line, it's got faster. The river's definitely picking up speed. It makes me want to bring it back to 5. So I've got the danger of that. Danger of that snag. But let's just try it. Look. Oh, great. What did you do that for? It's right there, isn't it? It's right there. It must be. I would suspect it's a little run of cabbages. Which may be another reason why there's fish there. It's offering a little bit more protection. Yeah, I suspect half of my audience, Martin, wants a pike to grab one of the roach. And the other half wants me to book another bream on this blue hydro. Right, I've got to stay at 5.5 sections, otherwise I'm going to get snagged. So, a couple more run throughs, then I'm going to top it up again. Some more bait in for these roach. And or attract myself another bream. Seems about right. And then maybe I sit the last half an hour on the pole feeder, I don't know. Was a bream, I don't think. It's a roach, but more than a couple of ounces by the weight of that. fished a couple of bites. Yeah, yeah. I think, well, there's clearly fish there. You know, what I want is I want to draw some boarfish and get a bit more competition. That's what I'm looking for. I do wish I could run it through at half the speed though. I think that might help as well. So due for a swing. So what we got on the clock? Let's put another couple of balls in. It's nice weather we're having today. I'm surprised I've not lost a bucket yet. Some caster. Some hemp. More dead maggot. Big fan of dead maggots. Nuts loose on the cupping kit because the balls are so big. It's spinning. Do some tackle fixing. Go. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Right, what we got? An hour left. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't fancy fishing the flat float today. I think that when I was setting up, I've got, as I said, I've got an hour and a half to get to my peg, get set up, get everything done, get the connection done, get the stream going, you know, and it's just, if I had 2 hours, then there's probably enough time to go and going to sort of flat float rig out, but it's just what I thought today is if I'm not fishing the float, I'll end up fishing the pole feeder. As it happens, I've got another roach in my peg, and I am wondering, but it's the first time I've been in this field, and now if I was coming here again, I might set it up as a priority, but you know, is what it is. It just needs to be running through slower than that, really. You know, as I said before, I'm no expert, but my head says that that's running through too fast, and I would love to slow it down. But I will look at all your comments and just have a little, you know, have a think about it after the match is finished. So keep them coming. I appreciate it all these sort of ideas and thoughts are what helps angler get better. So they're all much appreciated. Shame, I forgot my other battery pack today, and I would have set up a side camera, and that would have been much better for showing my battle with the trees and that bream that I caught on that pink hydro. But it is what it is. See what we can do with an hour to go. To go? Yeah, hour to go. So, little hour 4 update then, I guess. I'm having a great time today. I've caught a bunch of roach and a couple of bream. I started on top 6, so top kit plus 2, top kit plus 3. And I put 10 balls in to start, with some caster and some hemp and some dead maggot, and despite it being quite fast the river, I managed to catch some roach. And what I found was if I came back just half a section of pole, I could control the rig just a little bit better. It meant I caught more consistently, so I did that. I caught okay for a couple of hours actually. Not crazy weights, but you know, I was putting fish in the net. And then for some reason I decided to put a worm on. I think I was looking for a perch after I caught a bleak, and I ended up catching a bream instead, which was quite a battle on a pink hydro. So then I've gone for bream and I've changed the rig, and I've gone out with a worm and I'm looking for bigger fish. It's not really worked, so I put the pole feeder up, and that wasn't quite right because that was for 5 sections, not 4, so I've messed about with that. Anyway, after an hour I've managed to get that all sorted out. I've gone in and I've had another bream on the pole feeder. Then I've gone back now to fishing for roach, just to keep putting some fish in the net because I didn't get any more bream. And then I've probably got half an hour at this, and then I might try the pole feeder again, or try the other pole rig with a worm on it, see if I can get myself another bonus fish. But I've just topped up again with an hour to go. To see what I can do. But a lovely time, plenty of people on the stream, it's awesome. 55 people watching right now, which is amazing. Thank you everyone. So I'm trying to catch a few fish, and hopefully do all right in the match. There's a snag at like my top 5, so I've got to be quite careful. I think the fish might have sort of retreated a little bit towards me to get out of the flow a little bit. But I can't come getting bites. I'm missing quite a few though. The wind's got up again, blowing from my left to right, so it's quite difficult for me to control the rig in a nice way as it goes down the river. But I don't want to hold it back, the wind blows it back, and then when I want to go then it's a bit tricky, but still getting bites. I'm fishing double maggot. I've had a look with caster, pinky, single maggot, and double maggot was picking out the better fish, so I'm looking to just stay on that. Then I'm going to just try and deepen it off just a little bit more again. See if I can slow that rig down. Where the bottom of the float is, in case I change it and then suddenly just drag straight on the bottom and get stuck, and then I need to redo it. No, gone the wrong way. Go up half a float. Yeah, most of the float. Let's see if I can just drag on the bottom a little bit more. Quick, I think what happens is as soon as I try and hold it back a little bit to slow it down, that rig just kicks up, and that's the end of it. It doesn't matter how much I try and lie on, it's not making much difference. I'm just trying try and let it run on its own. Maybe that'll drag it, slow it down a bit. Not really. It's definitely a day for one of those Caruso flat floats. The Ray, I think it is. Just so I could go through at half pace. I didn't have much luck with them when I was on the Trent, so I'll just have to... I like the torpedoes, for the ones that are designed for completely stationary. But when I use those Rays on the Trent, I thought they were still a bit too pacey, but I think maybe I overshot them enough. I hope that conversation that's using the sentence of "that's why I remember you" is a positive one. So yeah, if I let it go on its own a little bit. No, see, if I let it go on its own, then it's just getting dragged on the floor, right? Just trying to work this stuff out. It's a novice river angler. But there it doesn't. It's easier when you fish a lake. Whoops. God, those clouds to my left look horrid. So I think we'll have a couple more runs, and then I'll get the other rig out, stick a worm on it. See if we can find something with a bit more weight in it. Get that wind. Catches. Oh. I'm not going to make a comment to that. We were saying that I fished the River Blackwater since I was a kid. Right. Deepen this up just a tad. Stick a big old worm on. Still a fine wire hook, but they're real nice. Right, is there a brain down there? It's not interested in double maggot, but it's going to wolf up that Dendrobina. Let's see. Here we go, brain first chuck. Not quite shotted right that far. Good. Can I go like that? What? Right, get that. That ain't gonna happen. Stick a bit of worm on here. That rig was cursed. I would say. Can't afford to miss bites on a worm. Rain is about to come, I think. Wow. Maybe, maybe not. What's the time? 56. Right, we're gonna have 4 more minutes, which is a cut off fish, I guess. And then I'm gonna spend the last half an hour on the pole feeder. Let's see if we can get a couple more bites. A couple more roach, and then we're gonna sit it out for a break. Caught in such a little window today. There's not a lot of room, you know. I put the bait in there, it falls there, or the fish is sitting there, and then, you know, then I've got the brambles, so I can't go any further. Okay, that's a lot of rain. I might lose you. Bump to fish then. That fleeks like a kite. Oh, that's nuts. Come here. You actually thought you were flying then, mate, didn't you? Left shoulder, that wind. It's just pushing my rig a little bit further out to the river. It's another better fish. The question I've got now then is, can I afford to come off them? And I think I'm going to. I'm going to take the gamble. If I then lose by 3 ounces or something, then I'll be a bit disappointed, but can have one more. Don't care though, look. Right, that's that. Here we go. So, no messing about. Nice big hook bait, double dendrobina with the tails taken off, all the ends taken off. So they're a little bit more smelly. And then we want some casters, some hemp and some pinkies in that ground bait. Right, there we go. Straighten up the camera. About 20, tip that up a little bit. So I think if I'd have carried on fishing for those roach, you know, I'd have probably had, you know, maybe another pound. So if I lose by a pound, then I know this was the wrong decision. Let's see. Good afternoon, if you're just tuning in for the last 30 minutes. I'm currently sitting on 2 bream and a few pound of roach. I don't know what weight of roach I've got, maybe £4, maybe the bream are £4 each, so maybe £12, something like that. Might be a bit more, I don't know, but I'm happy with that. I've caught some fish on the pole, on the float. I've caught in the pole feeder. Really interesting to see that you can catch on the pole, on the float, when the conditions are this horrid, you know, just fish a bit shorter and closer in. There's still a depth of water, you know, and it's good, and the fish, you know, the roach I think and stuff is sheltering in that. Slightly calmer water. Whoops. So it's been good, really. If there'd been no wind, I think it would have been amazing. Because I would have been able to present that rig much better. I don't know if I should have fished a 4-gram float. Maybe that might have helped a slightly bit better with the current. Probably ultimately it should have been a flat float. I don't know, but it's certainly raining quite a lot. So hopefully the stream will carry on, but I might lose you. The weather conditions are catch the wind and go straight into the river, or B, these pole sections do, but everything looks pretty sound. Apart from, yeah, including that. Well, if I put that one on there, then that one should be fine as well. I can't do that because it's the wrong number. There's anyone I'm not too sure about. Oh, there we go. Jammed it with the rod bag. So now we're good. So yeah, so we caught. Oh, what's that one there? I haven't lost you all, have I? No, we're still here. Right, I think we're still here. Right, according to me, 68 of you are still around, so that's pretty phenomenal. I think we're definitely breaking some records in terms of the biggest stream on the horriblest day that I've fished in a long time, actually, and certainly not on the pole. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. As I said earlier on the stream, if you're not subscribed and you enjoy watching some of the content, if you could consider hitting that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. Primarily it's about the streaming, so I appreciate your coming today, and give it a thumbs up if you've enjoyed it. Hopefully we're going to finish with another better fish, but let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm right in it. The only good thing is that the recording on the SD card will be fine. so I will be able to make a nice little video out of it. Certainly catching lots of roach. I could upload the whole 5 hours, but I don't think many people are going to watch the whole 5 hours. Well, maybe. Right, that's not moved, and we've been 10 minutes. 20 minutes, Rob. We finished at 2:30, fished 9:30 till 2:30. He's packing up to my left. There's 13 of us fishing today. I'm on peg 9, and one gentleman's had to pack up and go because he didn't feel well. I hope he's alright. And I think I've done alright. Normally the way our club matches go is somebody might catch a load of bream, and in which case there's nothing you can really do about that unless you fish for bream all day. But generally, if you've got a couple of bream and a net of silvers, roach in this case, then you'll do well. You know, between 10 to £20 is a good weight. And in these awkward conditions, I would suspect that most people have fished a feeder for most of the day. So I might have £12 and they might have all caught 5 bream each, but that isn't generally how it works out. So I'm feeling pretty good. I think I'm gambling with maybe £1 of fish or half a pound of fish in this last half an hour, so I'm okay with that. I think I'll give it another couple of minutes and I'll put it back in again. A little bit more. I've been catching those roach during the day. So that's now further to the right. So more I've been hooking those roach in the, more in the afternoon, but let's see if there's any fish there. see if that nice big positive bait is going to get me a bonus fish in this last 15 minutes. Hopefully it will. Waiting for that telltale thump thump of a bream bite on the pole feeder. Come on. I spent all day saying it's running through too fast and I wished I could slow it down. Now I've slowed it down, so where's my bite? Don't let me down, fish. Time's ticking away. 18 past, 12 to go. What I mean about when you go on the pole feeder and, you know, is there bream there or not? You know, in my mind, if there was a bream there, I would have had a bite. So that means they're not there and I'm waiting for one to swim up. The question is, are they going to swim up in the next 12 minutes? Maybe, maybe not. 10 minutes to go. Doesn't feel like it. 9 minutes to go. Come on, bream. I'll take a chub or carp, don't mind. Chub, bream, carp, barbel, big perch, any of those would be absolutely fine. Or a £2 roach. Slow start to a busy match, I think. Slow end, I should say, to a busy match. I'll just do a, how long we got? 6 minutes. I'll just do a recap on the day. I'm on peg 9 on Otneys, which is a stretch of river controlled by Sutton Courtenay Angling Club, and I've decided that I'm going to fish shorter than normal today. It's, you know, pushing through, and I feel like there's some slack water on the near side, so I set up a 3 gram rig to fish it on a top 6. It's about 4 foot deep, maybe a bit more, and I fish with an 013 down to an 09 bottom. I'm looking for roach, and I balled it. I put 10 balls in, my usual mix of Census Dark, Census Brown, and Census Roach. The 2 dark and brown are both Census River. Mix that together. I put in 10 balls with 250mm of caster, 250mm of hemp, and about 100-150mm of dead maggot. Went over it. And caught relatively quickly, actually. First few put-ins I think got a bite, but I found it was pushing through a bit too fast on that 6 metre line, and just the way that the rig was laying and the length of line I had, sometimes it was coming a bit closer, and I realised actually I could fish on more of a 5.5 sections, and I was still getting bites, but I could control it better, so the bait, the catch rate was better. So I stayed on there. And I stayed on there throughout the match. At one point I went looking for a perch, put a worm on, and managed to catch myself a bream in what I can only describe as an extravaganza of fishing activity, as I ended up getting the pole caught in the tree to my left a couple of times, the rig caught in the bramble to my right, all whilst trying to work out how to net this fish. You can see above me I've got trees up to the left and I've got trees up to the right, making it really awkward. But I got that fish out, and then I went looking for another bream. Spent some time with another pole rig on a heavier setup. It didn't work, so I set up the pole feeder on a top 4. Caught another bream, but then no more. So I've gone back to fishing for roach, topping up every 30 to 45 minutes, a couple of balls, and I've caught throughout the day. So I've spent the last half an hour here just trying to see if I can catch another bream. The fishing has become a little bit awkward. The wind's now behind me, blowing my rig out into the faster water, so I thought it was okay take a bit of a gamble for the last half an hour of the match, so that's what I've done. Anyway, we've got 3 minutes to go, and there's every chance that that rig could suddenly start bouncing with a bream on the end, so I'm going to fish to the end as always. And yeah, I've had a great time, lovely stream. Thank you all for watching, I really appreciate it. I probably won't video the weigh-ins, something I don't generally do. Some people ask me about that, and the simple principle is, you know, I've come to film myself fishing today. I've not come to film other people, so you know, I don't think it's necessarily okay to live stream it and start filming other people. So it's not something I do, but I'll put the results up in the description of this video when I publish it to live later tonight, so you'll know how I've got on. And I got about another minute to win it. Right, 28. It's got less than 2 minutes. It would be great to hook another bream now, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Okay, phone's now complaining that I've got water in the charging cable bit. Whatever, phone. Right, as soon as that hits 30, I'm going to stop. Oh, first boat of the day. Right, there we go. Pull out. So the goal now is don't break a pole section whilst packing up, don't fall in, and hopefully win the match. Everybody, I will end this now because I'm just going to ramble when I'm packing up, and I want to try and maintain a little bit of concentration. But as I said, I think that that's the biggest stream that I've had with everyone watching, so thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed, you know, why do you want to miss out? You know, it's good for as someone said earlier on the stream, you know, I don't need to go out because it's horrible weather, so I can just watch you instead. So there we go. Just one other thing, and I might do some pike fishing in a week and a bit's time, so watch out for that. It should be a bit different. I think I'll stream it, but if not, then I'll make a video out of it. Hopefully I'll catch some monster pike somewhere. So as I said, thanks for watching. I appreciate everyone for coming. Thank you for all the comments, and I will catch you on the next one. Catch it tonight.